da ba da 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 da. Wait, I see the issue here. You are on the wrong channel. Oh, fuck. Hey, Darth. Hope you're well. Do you have sound? Excellent! But let's get right back to it. Last time, we resumed the plot. We went and dealt with Good King Mog. We helped Minfilia reunite with her mother in a very beautiful scene. We decided that we're going to be leaving the Waking Sands. Following that, we found out that Leviathan is awakening. So we went, oh no, and we tried to stop it, only for it not to have been stopped. So now Leviathan's awake. But we now need to do something about it. I'll be you, Darth. You're doing well. In respect to the commander, pray do not keep the animal away. Alright, Janeway.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone it was called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystal stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. it will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Well, we're going to see, then I'm in the wrong class. Oh, and there was also a thing about ninjas. Anyway, and so we stopped Leviathan's awakening. So Leviathan awakens anyway. How are you doing, Ori? Beings held as gods only exist in what you call the Far East. Legend tells us they walked among us in days of yore. Well, I confess I never truly believed them. Now you should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now I have come face to face with a primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judge it best to be delivered at once. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? The details are hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I'm disinclined to put any store by his claim, and even should it be true, is as your stole has said. None say the company of heroes are best at Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not already know? And yet, having wagered limbs of survival on 2 ships, some rope and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all! The twin vessel will be ready soon. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom report on the supposed primal slayer's claims. Melina, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. So, I challenged Leviathan to a duel. He used the legendary fisherman's deck, so it was actually pretty easy. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet, and Lord Norgrosa. The storm private sent to question him should be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, he's out right outside the city. Well. Alright, he's over there. What a beautiful night sky to go kill Leviathan too. Man, Mako's got such a mad deck. I mean, it could be worse. He could be using Weevils, but man. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story. Why do you carry these sacks of grains over to the mill? But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the chocobo stables. And before I rode that milestone over to the head mill. And also before... Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And do you hear me complaining? But I suppose some of that just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let me say old Tractom ain't a generous soul. Now pick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself to modesty. Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you can. I'll tell you all Tractom's epic victory over the dread pile, Levitius. Now, Levitius, huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide as across as me member long, and that's no feat. When I fought him, I could barely see over the fine brine he was pelting me with. Must have been long and worse, at least. He's been knocked me trusty ass on my hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. Sir? Pants. What happened? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let my mates in the company of heels handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. May I'm too modest. Now that's... Some say, as they say, can never be trusted. Truly beat Levitius. You got that? To learn to live with him and make the best of bad situations. That, not the company though. Ah! It's you! I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was enjoying the attention. That's all. I take back everything I said. I was never a part of the company of heroes. I'm not a marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm a huge chocobo dung. I'm the maggot you fight wiggly chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble in. That didn't happen much. Oh, my member's tiny. It's pathetic. It sure as hell said fight Levitius. But I have seen it with my own eyes. Just a few years back, when I was working at the baker's hand, I was shirking my duties out one day loitering about the harbour when I saw it. A great big massive sea server mounds off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it. Can't inspired. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself right there and then. Oh gods, just remembering that day made me sorry myself all over again. if you're asking about Levitius, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He truly is terrible. Dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying horse son! I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung! Athena, this is Minphilia. Were you able to learn odds against the Leviathan? I beg your pardon? Livia Beatus? I see, that's unfortunate. Anyway, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you on Morby docks. We pray make your way here as soon as you are able. So a little bit of context. Remember that giant story arc I skipped? He's in that. He's also telling big fake tales there as well. And he was making us do chores for him. I mean, she should inspire the fear of gods. Look at her. got a magical unicorn! I can fly. It's like a Teen Titans to your fear of self. Remember me. I'd like to go to jail now, please. Fear the light. Yeah. Yeah, that's very much what we just did. The twin vessel, the Horror Eater, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with platform that you and yours may be over freely in battle. I would also mention that she is nigh unsinkable by most of not 1 to 10 feet. The Horror and our crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word and we shall bear you to Leviathan. They remember what comics Dr. Light is capable of doing. Yeah. I know that look already. You're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the war leader may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with our friends Nelt and Thams are claiming an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of its hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, we will need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Alright, this one I won't be cheesing, by the way. Just as a heads up. It's expected that Sanghuan and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. According to the Maelstrom, will once again employ the versions. Thancred your Stola, would have you assist in this effort. It is to fulfill its purpose. Your divisionary force must not wait for numbers. By your leave, I too will volunteer my blade. We would welcome it, having seen you fight in Spassa. I dare say the flashbacks will find you for presence highly diverting. Thank when you stole it, if you would join the third levy, and the Yugiri the fifth. But what words have I for the woman who has made sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go wary, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments, and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have our utmost faith in you, Relina. May the crystal bless you and keep you. And now she is over here. That's only a 5-minute wait. Yeah, we won't be cheesing this one. I need the guild. At least I need to renew my guild. I spent a fair bit of it today. I mean, sure, almost 2.5 million seems like a lot, but that could burn up quick, you know. Like, I'm about to start decorating a house. I need that money. Well, not a house, an apartment. Still. I did not. You don't actually bet real Gil in Triple Triad, actually. No, I spent it all working on my alchemist. There we go. Dang it. Get back here. So this time there is actually going to be real people. So all crafters, there's a way of doing them quickly, which is not cheap. And I wanted to get it up to 50, so... I'll also spend a fair bit outfitting one of my retainers. Oh, that's not good. One of the tanks is disconnected. gonna drink some tea. That's all right. Da-da-da. There we go. It's not that much longer. I mean, sure, when I cheese it, it's seconds, but well, no one wants accommodation from me. For shame. Oh, okay, you didn't wait outside to see how well it did. You just went back home. I see how it is, Merwin. Is this because I call you Janeway? Yeah, that's what the fights are like when you're actually even. And see, I got how much skill did I get for that? I do not know. Knowing the urgency of your business, a lot of people best to refrain from making conversation during the past few visits. But today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of meeting a hero such as you. You were inspiration for us all, madam. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. That such beings can be defeated when it's contrary to all I know. Whence your strength comes from a sense of purpose. My congratulations, Relina. This victory will serve to quiet the song one for a time at least. Another notch on the old belt, is it? Well done, my friend. When I had God, I dare say I would tremble at your summoning. At your summoning? So often do you achieve the impossible that I fear my words of congratulation will begin to sound repetitive. If, indeed, they have not already. With this in mind, I shall say only that I am glad of your safe return. Number of things did not go exactly to plan, I will admit. Leviathan divided us the luxury of ramming him for one. But let's not quibble over the manner of the victory. Limsa is safe, and we are yet undrowned. I conclude that it has been a good day. Now go and bask in the Admiral's gratitude, will you? You have certainly earned the right.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Just calling him out.
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Curiously, she is not the ninja teacher.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds stood before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
And scene. The Admiral was informed via the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. In the south stands a gate leading to a pier for a small fishing village. Vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Hurrian man there, and present him the letter to him. Serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of the monks in society. They value their independence more than pirates, and are united by bonds stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invaluably aware of new faces. Though it be penned by Admiral herself, mere words of parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work with every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's there. Go on the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Roman, good luck. Yugiri does not teach her students the technique of shadow from FF6. To abandon the party after a certain number of random encounters saying, I have earned my pay. That's actually kind of hilarious, sorry. Traveling Linsa's heart. Sup, my bros? Good visit with me, venture. So you're the woman the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Who wants to see that shiny grin? But what with all the doughy-eyed winches about, I suspect he's got his hands full. Ah, you must be the Far Eastern, or what Merweb says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, my lady. I'm Yugira Yodoma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Lives a set of pirates, to be sure. And pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be my people and I keep to the shelves, but we got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simple better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to the purpose. And see. Know that the practice of my art too are dense as a shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. What in the seven are we waiting for? If you come with us, you Girio what's it? We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That just come out right, did it? Now, Relina, I shall remain with these people for a time that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separate from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You are the true friend to us Domans. No words will suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that happens to come, it will be my honor to welcome you as a student. Much of Mars has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice to say, I did not envision being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Not least your precious business on your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to my humblest thanks. With that, I could do so in person, but I must need fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Mordona calls. Path of Science bid you welcome to the Rising Stones. With the cooperation, we hope to grow richer and transform this place into pile and gold. Oh, Relina, forgive me, but I must see to the Doma's needs. It's only 15 years ago. To me too old, 'twas then that I first chanced to gaze upon your beauty. I was utterly transfixed. I dared not blink, least I forgive myself for even a split second of your radiance. You do flatter me, dear. I do believe you have a bit too much to drink. Do you think this is impressive? Doma, we trained to run in the treetops. Don't mind Papa Limo. He's making a fuss over nothing, as usual. Yo's sense of balance is amazing for a boy his age. When have he got so good? What in the seven hells are you doing up there? Get down here before you fall and break your neck! Someone's almost wired to learn how to fight, and it's fallen to me to oversee the fighting. First, I need to find some equipment for everyone. Ba-ba-ba. What are you talking to? You still... What if you want to solve a problem that's already happened? What if the Garley is destroying Doma? History is our friend, young one. The answer to the problems of the present are often found within the past. We need but seek them out. Anyway, Minfilia.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
So that will be Chatland, by the way. Various thoughts keep returning into the fates of the students of Baldessia. Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, avails us not to speculate. Orianji will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I will speak of a different matter. One closer to home. It concerns the etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Mugomog XII. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in Wellswood. The latest findings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude, may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immense immediate investigation, and I would have you... Asilla, do not wish to interrupt, but we have... no manner of problem. A band of refugees hailing from Uda this time are coming to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. I assume they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present they are in the 7th heaven awaiting a formal response. I see. Maybe this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Asilla, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Alina, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Alright. Looks like we got more refugees. I'm good, we're getting as many cars down just in case to... That's a fair worry, Darth. New game and all that. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the science of the 7th Dawn. 12s be praised. It is you. We'll be ready and willing to work. Same as the Domans. Just give us a task, and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off scraps of Uldal for years now. trying to piece together a life to replace our own of what good they got. They say as there's work, there's not for an honest man. Knowledge wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palm lay any roads. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where. That's when it came to me. Revenant's toll. I mean, you take foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is more than complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doran's petition for aid, that decision was a product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize dearly with your plight, but pray understand it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all those who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word. Tataru? Is aught amiss? Eltai is rolled down, my lady. Alphinaud has been wounded. What? How is this? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain. I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. Then went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells. Now the place has an excuse to round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Anderson, please. If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady. We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more about the circumstances around this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Minfilia, quickly. I'll find Alphinaud very quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other outside. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Eden and Populimo will see to it. Alphinaud is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Relina. There's a politicking happening. I just got as many empty slots as I can before the one massive downward speed goes. The 2K follows what they did for 2K22. Well, at least you know you can probably expect time. Birds.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Oh, okay, just everyone summon a minion at once for most things. Well, Phil wishes to investigate the circumstances found in the riot. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rise's tension within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have begun to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Now accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I'll hear what General Ban has to say upon the matter. You got that, Shubil? But the quest can't be complete. I didn't do anything. I did one shot at shores under a corrupt Inquisitor. I need to do this tonight. I've only got a couple of days left. Birds! Raban? Now's not a good time, really. My hands are quite full dealing with refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alpha, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation? Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remained throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents. The progress is slow. They're damnable elusive. I can well imagine, given that the majority of the refugees live outside the walls. It stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that the attention to the Ul'dah citizen and the refugee population have increased as the Dolmens were turned away. But what would the motivations of a starving man to purchase items in lieu of food? I think not. And what are those who have not even a single gil to spend? Who could not survive without the aid of provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well, General. My point, General, is that the power disconnect was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now your order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning soon anon. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monitors would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. And yes, very real politics. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Rowena. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harbouring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which way they are. He may balk at requests for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your sour tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Swift? You look as you have something to say, Rowena, do you? Well, you ask us no simple favour. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there's wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The brass plays are reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to the recent events, but we tell you, I suggest you begin by speaking to the blades posted there. Matt? Teleport? Chocobo. And what brings you here, adventurer? To search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people who lost hope have come to accept the situation and are content to pass the days in peace and quiet. Oh, sorry, I've some trouble understanding that. Like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Hello, Guts! The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned for Zazalaka's suspicions are correct. You haven't the foggiest idea what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Stick with Awasaka. You'll explain everything. Chocobo! Ah! Don't hurt me! I'm not one of them! Beg your pardon? You're not Flame? I see. If the folk did to speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. Shall be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the Flames are on the march. There was a fun under the fantastic spell, but not I. Promise of revolution and retribution of holding the ruling class to account, and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that our owner of our ideals has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look before yonder, tend to see you'll understand why. But now he babbles incoherently. So traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Twice I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. I have no doubt that the merchant will lead the Mainter to their doom. I beg of you, find him before he does. Oh, what are you doing? Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Why don't you run away from me? We could have escaped together, and you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay with and leave me alone? Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I followed the merchant and made the gods strike me down for my folly. What I will not give, you must take. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When he asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running there and then, but the others were so excited. He split us to groups, set us off on our own. But when the Flames found us, we didn't know what to do. The leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting, and everyone was fleeing. And then the Flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh God, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the caverns south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to these themselves. The pox and all the bloody sellswords. They're supposed to train us to fight, but the ones that he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, I thought we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, and the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though they were forced to confront reality. That's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show them how, my brethren, how that their strongest warriors are no match for one woman. Perhaps then they will agree to lay down their arms and report. Okay. Good plan. I am a terrible comparison point. The Flames are not as strong as I am. Aha! Never mind. There we go. There we go. 7 hells have found us! Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point! So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lass, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. You were saying. Sorry, what was that you said? I couldn't hear you. You behaved like it was nothing. Oh my, what are we going to do now? You've returned. Did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than a handful of them take a beating from you than get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? Where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, whilst waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Well, yeah. Things be a brewing in Land, that's for sure. Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. I said to be back soon, but it's been days. I left with the man for Rodal. The man said they were going to change everything. I think so we can live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. Didn't like it when he was talking about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, miss, are you looking for someone? You mean the man who left my parents? I don't know where he is. Wait, look over there. I think that's him. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! Hey! He's getting away! Go get him, miss! Hey, I see you got away from her.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, she has no idea where you are. Yeah, thank God. Wait. Who's talking? Hiya, fella. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedation, treason, revolution. That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ulta. You have no evidence to prove your accusation. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. But for the sake of argument, well, let's say I did do those things you claim. Surely you don't think I gave a quick arse about politics? It was business. Only business. We both know I am not the one you want. However, you agree to protect me. I swear I shall tell you everything. What's all this commotion? 7 hells! Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Hold, adventurer. I would have more of your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. May we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one with whom we speak. You may carry on your investigation, Scion. Dude, should run away from me. I get that. Yeah. Anyway. Hey Swift, my lead got shot. What news, Relina? Where's the merchant? Murdered! Damn all to the 7 hells. He was not simply murdered, Relina. He was silenced. Too many know his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. and we should discuss your recent discoveries as well as the result of your own investigation. Myself and those all have been informed should be waiting for you outside. Pray to see the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Let us take the fast way to the Royal Promenade. Hoppity, skippity, bouncity. I think there's a wonderful thing to know. Alfie. Excellent work, Relena. The information you brought has helped us persuade General Bond to call this meeting. Yep, now we can discuss matters openly and honestly. May we expect you, madam? Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Tachi Adeleji.
Tachi Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Tachi Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean Alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Tachi Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Alagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Tachi Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Well, that was a lot. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought of all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? Though they felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you're well positioned to do so, Lieutenant West Knight. Pray keep us informed of any developments that Carter know. Begone! Well, this is no place for children. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, miss. You said you were looking for the man who left my parents. You know this girl. So you visited Stone Shore as well as... I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they may be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You would help me look, mister? Of course. But first I must finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see. So no one else is allowed to listen. May I be away from me at the pill over there? We're quiet at the moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take it to the quicksand. Mayhap Moody will know what to do. At least our guardians and Aether Star Primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to the charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain that take place on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Lelina, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation with Telstra is taking a turn for the worse. I'll explain in detail once you arrive. So anyway guys, I got these sub-stories. So what caused the whole riot was... the 12th world. And the primal threat that she spoke of before has been confirmed. I was reading over reports of its activity. We're slaves? The Sylphs. Go, Relina. You know as well as I, the appearance of Primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the incident that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I'm more than capable of protecting myself. Sure thing, Alfie. Oh, wow, level 81. I wouldn't expect to see that happening in Old Dar, but hey. Some people grind in this game. Are you still letting him drink? Flimham! I was gone an hour! Thancred, how are you still standing? I come on behalf of the elder Sikhs here to petition in the aid of the order. And as it is a praise of the situation, you can sell whatever you want. He can stop once whenever he's drinking. It was great to see you healthy and hale, Relina. The news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphinaud suffered was to his ego. Doubtless he'll hear ere long. Our Scions will be present at this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Rest assured, I have not summoned you for an urgent. The business then. I have received some of the most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have recently that the Sylphs have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ruma. Rest assured, I heard that already. I'm sorry. May have. That is not certain. The other seats here informs the elementals themselves murmur Lord Levin's return to the forest. The Sylph lands, however, display no sign of undue commotion. Forgive me, citizen, but the fact does not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Rima is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would not make his presence known if any were full enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or the territory. The abruptness of the development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen. Just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it. I told Papalymo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory? They already summoned Ruma once right after the calamity, but that was because the Guardians came trampling through the forest. And so long as Casham Orion stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, you and I are in agreement. Their actions of Forcefolk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain the observation would have remained the best policy had it not been the sudden influx of strangers near the Black Shroud. That last we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. It is like the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I was put in mind of the Titan and the Kobolds once again. It is the affairs of men which have paved the way for Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot but wonder what manner of place Eorzea might be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Raina, though your dwellings are with the silver of little solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, one who has treated with the Sylphs so freely in the past, not achieved similar success with their patron deity? If Rima can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to bringing the cycle of Primal's. Fallen were such thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since our time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue discussion anon. We must first consult with the nations most affected by Ruma's presence. The Elder Seers request your personal involvement, Valina. Pray to report to Commander Helio at the Outer's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with Lord Eleven will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Simons will of course lend you whatever support you require. Oh god, I hate this primal. Oh, sweet! Got some guild waiting for me later. Alright, home it is. Hope the Chadland be okay. One stream, I just need to take you guys to a bandits play just so you can hear what people do in this game. Hoppity. Ooh. I like that though. What is it? Medallion Coral Casting. Interesting. Lieutenant Westnight, your arrival has been most anticipated. It appears that the primals ever cause of our alarm and unease. Though our men stand ready for any eventuality, I know none are more qualified than you to snuff out the threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seats here would seek to speak with you first. She is of the opinion that our diplomatic, rather than martial skills, may better serve our cause. I'll leave further explanation to our Lord and leader. Pray make your way to Nothica's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Stand. You have any opinion on this? Don't think you do, no. The other side's already arrived, madam. I'll show you in. Oh yeah, because they don't need to report to West Knight. I'm West Knight! If you want to go, let's see. Let's go, come on! Other science trying to suss over. No. Ruma is one I genuinely do not like fighting. See, the Silsithers sent their own representatives. There's gonna be no doubt then. It was seen that once Ruma passes judgment, his wrath is impeccable. 'Twill be the conclusion of the discussion to your Gradania, and his people are placed upon his scales. While the other Seats planning, I want you to know that I'll be right there by your side. I'm most curious to hear how the Elder Seats here means to treat with Lord Ruma. Oh, hello, Waking One. It's good to see you, friend of Elder One.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Well, let's go as a representative of Gridania. Last night, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with Primal Lord Ramu himself. An enviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak. While we might not be ascertaining the location of the Lord Levin, which may be found, I would ask you to abide here until they return with their findings. Oh well, they returned with their findings. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I don't imagine it'll be much longer. This one returns. Then returns with good tidings. Wise Ones has finished searching. I have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Will you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be one's pleasure, Walking One. Please come with this one. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Southlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. This one is most sorry, and so was most farewell for a while, Walking One. And the wise ones will not far from here, and to the south. Go and safe, the Walking One. So it's actually you, huh? As our lead. Remember, I thought we were dealing with one of those confounded self-tricksters. I swear, with them wrecking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, that was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on your stomach's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papa Limo. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. Anyway, as I was saying, I've finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I've reached the indisputable conclusion, to wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sil's aetherite. Come, Relina, Lord Levin awaits. Everything here knows better than to fuck with me.
Betrays thee, servant of hiding. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed, or light and dark given form when man was born. It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial.
Can we skip the trial?
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from at home.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Well, where's my name? Oh, sorry, the D&D RPG. Maybe gets a chance to finish the monologue. Yeah, so many interruptions would have been at my table. Yeah, I can't do this one on hard, it's just... No, yeah, we're doing this normally. Well, not normally, cheesily. microphone because it'll be done quicker. I'm going to be muted.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Okay. It's over now. It's over now. It's over now. And we do not need to do it ever again on stream. It's not that it's hard. I'm afraid of thunder. Lieutenant Westnight, you have returned. Can I ask you how Ramu received your visit? Challenge you to a test of arms. It is well that you have some experience in such matters. But perhaps both the Gridania and Little Souls may be relieved to hear that Lord Levin has accepted you as the Forest Champion of Peace. You have performed monumental duty on this day, Lieutenant Westnight. The Elder Seer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Seer will wish to hear your experience firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for Lotus Seed. The conjuring is not because Alter will be expecting you. Fare you well, Lieutenant Westnight. Yeah. As far as primal fights go, it's actually quite simple. It does have the immunity bit where you have to kill its summons before you can go back to fighting it. But that gets way more common in future primal fights. No, it is purely a personal issue of mine where, because of my headphones and the volume I have to have this game at, as well as how realistic the thunder effects actually, the sound effect actually is, it's more of a personal battle for me than it's an actual difficult battle. I normally have the Lilith just obliterated whilst I'm cowering off in a corner. But we do not have a Lilith tonight, so... Welcome back, Honor Scion. We heard you and your missions, well, have been most anxious to see you return. Now the seats here wish you within. Some games I can actually put up with it by, because the effect isn't as accurate. As well as I can just lower the volume down and other factors and like that, but I can't do that here. So... It seems like he is appraised of the situation would seem to merit after all. Maybe I should not be so swift in this counter-intuition. I fancy my presence was more than a hindrance during our troubles with Leviathan. This time around, well, even I have my off days. Ah, the hero of the hour. Let's look at the Elder Seeker. You should have seen Maxio when we got to Little Solace. Gravel is an understatement. I thought he was going to shake Papa Lima's hand off.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
So if anyone's curious, by the way, Ramuh was the voice for Hawkman, Hawkmon over in Digimon. He was also one of the Oozemen voices that from the Power Rangers movie. This ends another daunting adventure, Evelina. I thought Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nevertheless I could only admire the donations with which you responded to the Primal Sudden Challenge. And it seems that Urianji, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Evelina? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? I hope Ramuh contemplated punching me. Oh, no. One of the Oozemen, not Ivan Ooze. It was one of the things that Ooze summoned when he spawned. And... okay, Darth. Jed would not have, but... am I allowed to go back in there right now? Okay. You might have noticed that she has horns. Good dude is a good example of this. As does my former conjuring teacher does here. Who is a relative of hers. Their species is not like a normal species. They are born here, but the elementals choose people who grow these horns. They are in tune with the elementals of the forest and speak for them. This is the shorthand. Oh, we don't live in the forest because, how do I put this? The forest lets us be here more than we live here. Anyway, we got a very important cutscene to get to. Mutants! Perseverance! You do that, Darth, then the forest will literally kill everyone in it. And I am not kidding. Oh, Flamian, you're over here now. Duty calls. Well, don't matter the task. I have faith you'll see it to the end. Take care, Alina. I look forward to hearing you about your adventures when you return. I tried substituting native ingredients several times, but the results but pale imitation of authentic Domin cuisine. Darth, the elementals do not live on our plane of existence. Hey, Mr. Lena? What's a Ramu? Is it cute and fluffy like a horse bird? You're literally saying that you will try and kill Q-like beings with a virus. Demons! Summon the Grey Knights! The elementals can literally wish us into our cornfield, dude. Welcome back, Relina. Where do your momentous encounter with the Lord Ramu precedes you? I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing the defeat of Lord Eleven, our learned companions were struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Asians and mortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. No! They do not take organic shells.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Asian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Asians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Asians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Now this one's important, so...
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection,
therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Zephyrs returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. What moves Quayads was most intriguing. Infernal, Vortex, Crag, 111. All have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man. Heidel's sovereign grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at the great cost of her mistress. Those whose strength is all too finite. Even times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are growing, weak and worn. And even as it venerates the Andor powers our master, all that remains is to nullify, nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that task is to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hand shall we that which has shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Hello, Magpie! But yes, it's going to be much more like Ghostbusters, which we shall get to. Amphilia has some correspondence she wishes to share with you. Now that the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest, there's something I wish to show you, Evelina. As a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Bugamalk the 12th, Leviathan, and now Ruma. Needless to say, there is only one who... And though those words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You're a true hero, Relena, and Eorzea is that much safer for your presence. Pray do not understand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Asians may be riled upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may rest assured that man would foment strife on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the Primus too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, you indeed serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what others see an impossible peace. We owe you in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and to people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever grown long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Are the beastmen who wished not of conflict, and now call you friend. Of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there are Sid, and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alec. We must be spared the horror of an ultimate weapon. Of course, speaking of our greatness, we must not forget those close by, which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to the many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Asians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is heartwarming antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust I will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphino, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but for the shimmering violence has largely disappeared. Tells the reports to such that I stand before you now. Then to speak with you concerning of the new organizations we discussed. Ah, I have a message from you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphino! Am I intimate that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Relina, you have been away from Revelstoke for some time now, I believe. I suggest you put the efforts of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town. Which reminds me, one of the Doma children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Where's the tar? Oh, Thancred, you have banished yourself. Never is a woman more alive than when she's hard at work, I say. A wild rose, stunning and beautiful, blooming in the face of the frozen winds. 137, 138, 130. Oh, hello there. How about you charge with keeping inventory? Fleming tells me it is vitally important. You're 138. don't know where we would be without Hirgi. The girls worked tirelessly to spend every day ever since her arrival. Do you suppose all Doberman weren't are so diligent? Look, it's Miss Relina. She's back from her adventures. We heard you were all fighting primals, and they were some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventures Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Miss Relina? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Mulder! Mr. Calder! Did you know that Miss Relina's back? So it would seem. Welcome, Relina. My companion and I are but recently become full members of the Scions. I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder. This bookish fellow is Cultinant. Though we've remained largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Miss Relina if she could give us a special training. I think we are ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? Well, you certainly seem diligent with your drills. I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if I were to cross swords for Relina? A demonstration of skill of arms, if you will. Oh, don't do the Boulder. Hurry. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, perhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? Oh. What do you say, Relina? Would you spar with me? Hooray! We're to have a tournament! Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. It's for the kids. It's for the kids. Do not try to disappoint them, Have faith, Lieutenant. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. No worry, the Boulder does not feel conflicted. The fields of each town should provide suitable to our purpose. I look very forward to our bout. Ah, there you are. Nothing warms me inside quite like a greased tea. It truly is a salve for the body and soul. Higri has told me about Doman tea with a most remarkable fragrance. What I would not give for a taste for myself. So turn we to a heroes of conscience unsigned. May all stop and nod till what lost is regained. Oh, hello again. Remember began teaching me so many Orsian ballads. I hail from a faraway land. This is something about music that truly transcends borders. Up. Oh, okay. I see what you're wearing. Well, at least you made it an instance fight. Well, in that case, I actually am better off doing this as a white mage. So it's good to see you again. Agree to this, Relina. I trust you're ready to begin. To all of my children. Very well. Let's keep the younglings waiting any longer. Ahem. Alright. Alright, so you wish to fight her alone? That is Relina, your face. What matter to test my metal? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaged. After all, 'twas this hero legend that led me to join his highest to begin with. Without Relina to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. The point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as your own. Should I appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Yida! What? Who are all these people? Well, I heard you were having a sparring match. I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to the come. When I mentioned Relina's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. While my own popularity seems but a shaky slate in comparison, you best claim victory, bringer of light. Your begrudging reputation is at stake. Wow, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall see. On your guard. Oh, I'm gonna feel bad about this. Day and night, I've honed my skills. I can't roll such power. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet. It can't be. The children might have the right of it. This time I joined the fray. On your feet, Ori. Oh no, he looks hurt. Miss Lee is so strong. We can't give up, Mr. Boulder. God, this boy, never fear, I shall fail. Yeah! Yeah! I feel bad, man. You're best of me. I yield. That was incredible! She beat them both at the same time! Well, you couldn't lose, Relina. None could defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they said you skill with the primals. I too have much to do, if I ever attempt the same. Impressive as always, Relina. It's ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles of these faces, they too appreciate the hand-worn strength that prevails the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. At the time, I was attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I speak plainly. My initial impression was less than favourable. Dire problems abound, and yet the efforts I saw expanded towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Concerning the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if they had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the other order he proposed to enforce. Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching loyalty, of course. Were it not for desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to his fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nation too self-involved and unstable. Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. Twas you who taught me, those countless acts of bravery, that what made grandsire sought to preserve was not the land or its history, nor any single nation. It was its people, these wonderful, often infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only drag themselves back to defeat to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admission was for the inextinguishable courage grew into a feverish wish. I wish to aid Eorzea's inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavour to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by Scions himself at dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat, and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians, is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitation of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue the discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Ooh, that's a frame issue. Match. I liked in the background, by the way, you see Boulder hyping the kids back up. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. frames tonight? Doesn't look it. No, this won't do at all. Oh, then I'll have to... Oh, hello, Lena. If you don't mind, I'm terribly busy at the moment. I wish you were not so eager to look at the future when we have so many problems in the here now. You're about to tell you, but there's more story than 100 lines in my most missing poetry. Perhaps I should arrange a sparring match of my own. I fear you doubt Edith's boundless optimism is beginning to affect my better judgment. And your tendency to triumph against the most terrible foes is certainly not helping matters. Spoiler, Sheeta. You know, I must thank you again for agreeing to the bout. And I must thank the gods, so it's not the duel to the death. I will, however, cherish the lesson of such great bruises work to better my swordplay. Master Builder fought well, but he was no match for you, Miss Selena. Just you wait. One day we'll good enough to knock you from the top of your mountain. Mr. Bull is sore and beaten, but he says he returns straight to his training. I don't think he likes to lose. I thought the idea foolish at first, but it seems the sparring match was well served its purpose. Well, I can't hardly wait to return to my studies and seek to improve upon my technique. Yeah, it's like you're losing every... It's not as smooth for you as it is for me. Might need to play around with that. Thank you for coming, Elena. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization. A group that shall pave the way for a true united Eorzea. Pray forgive me if I ever hold our ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the Seventh Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations hence have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn upon every corner of the land, directed against a threat that no single nation can hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of the formation have become the source of endless debate. Along these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification drawing away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be of much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted cooperation according to the science. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend the momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of his misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Science work tells to protect Eorzea and his people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the Refuge Revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under Science command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing our formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. Ah, shit. Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know the bringing of light in our discerning eye would be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be the Limbs of Lamosa. Let's just rendezvous with the Bulwark. Alright, Limsa. Pretty sure we'll be reaching the end of this part today. It is foggy in Limsa at the moment. Ah, there you are. I'm ready to begin. Ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral. Well, the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchments. I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels. I believe our personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter. Should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they be willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range it into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you're satisfied with our recruitment efforts, maybe the airship take a alternative that we may get on our next leg of the journey. Okay. Ground winch. Okay. Oh, wow, that is weird. The frame rate is actually improved when it's coming to Limsa. Is it just a problem with Mordona then? Very, very odd. Well, it might be just all the crystals. An organization with the freedom to operate with territory and purity? I won't say the proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Jackets. Myself and those in the organization, because I have heard of the formation of this crown company in the offering. It doesn't regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets and the protection of the Limbs of Mimosa must needs receive my full attention. Can you guys tell I don't come to Limsa often? Hey, come back! Ooh! That's level 90 here. So how do you look in my red? Okay. Questions for later. Sorry, anyway. Huh? Who the bloody hell do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some snotty knight in shining plate. If you like our self-righteous fop, try knocking that Danny Caravellian's door. Well, at least she's honest. A fleet across the United Eorzean Grand Company. Well, I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here are now compelled with keeping very close to the forge. I've not the time to be transposing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an almoner, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. There we go. Over here. Down here. You know what the Limson theme reminds me of? The Wild Area and Pokemon Sword and Shield. Well, Vane Verlina! I don't forget adventure brave enough to daft enough to seek out the shortcut to Titan's bedchamber. You remember O'Reilly, don't you? Formerly of the Company of Heroes, the Whistles of the Brazen Lake, Bronze Lake. I ain't long often I drag my arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm very glad I did. How fair are you these days? Huh? I'm looking to put together a new crew. Top tier work? Huh, sounds like a right lark, it does. Alright lads, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb down the grave just yet. We have gained 1. Where? Ah, there they are. What are you wearing? Ah, you're a black mage. That's probably the black mage stuff, so off we go. Relina, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious to see as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Lamosa. Ah, a member of the legendary company of heroes indicated in his interest. Astonishing! How are you going to enlist your aid with the right choice? Few we could boast to acquaint with such an elusive character. I, too, have successfully in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents required to her approval. I only hope that my visit with the Elder Seeds here proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue to Gridania at your own pace. I'll wait you at Nofika's altar. Ah, screw it. It's free. And around here. My audience with the Elder Seeds here is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you could once again more see the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well potential candidates is run dry, let's run about the airship counter as before. I am losing his voice. Probably because I've been doing a lot of talking. It's getting late. We're so very close to the end of this part, so let's just try to push on. See if it ends where I think it does, and then we'll be good for next week. Oh God, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my at least be yours? I really don't remember me. It is I, Lord Entas, the man whose crime you exposed. I am a whaler, and a regular patron at Busgrounds. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if Gao had charged me before I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after shameful conduct. The less of my past to bear, I suppose. What of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recurring, eh? What is your policy on reformed convicts? As I understand, the Woodwallers would have naught to do with me. This may be the second chance I was looking for. But I must told you, say. I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this. I promise you, I am a changed man. Yes, Cat. How are you doing? Fair enough. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gets up for you and good. It's up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. You must just... Oh, Relina! Isn't it? Must have been some time since I passed across the side of the Copperbell mines. Why, you were barely more of a novice adventurer then, but look at you, how far you've come. Mother Minoe tells me it was you who felled the fearsome black wolf. And now you seek stout and hearted adventurers to fill the ranks of a new order? It costs doubly just. And my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. That's the very first thing of my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your adventuring career as soon as I have seen Nels Durley safe home. My back is perfectly fine, I tell you. You'll just tie me to the bed if you think to prevent me from... Oh! I should just rest a little longer. Well, she is forbidden. My wife and child, the man and woman with whom I shared a stage, they're gone. And the last one of them. There's nothing left in my life worth a damn. Let's leave him be. Oh noes. Anyways. Oh, Cap! Look what I got! You would offer this bold man a place in your company of champions. I'm both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me. I'll bear responsibility for the evils my lady hath wrought upon this land. Indeed it is. I mean, it's not my most prized minion. Where is she? Is that her? No, it's not. Oh, there you are! I think she's one of the rarest ones people have. It's not often our guild gets officers such as myself gets recruited. Now, this company here certainly sounds to have some promise, but its dues appears less focused. You must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Ba-ba-ba-da. What news, Relina? For my part, the elder seats here was most amenable to our requirements. A former woodwhaler and a seasoned adventurer. Our company will not lack for variety. That much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ulda? When it's still high and it's hot, let's meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavour to conclude our remaining business on our journey draws to a close. How do I get out of this? Oh, there it is. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Ulda, to kill the city, where once fortunes defies one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and this is the final leg for prove as successful as the previous two. I suggest designing to a lower level before beginning our recruitment efforts. I do not think the Sultan will take kindly to us poaching a personal guard. Let us meet back here on the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Relina. Alright, well done. You're the lady who came from the Little Beagle looking for a masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't. I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot of more of my friends besides. They were such fools. That road, that disaster really got me into thinking about our homeland and how the outsiders say us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and fell to make myself a more worldly man. So here I am. Are you company of champions? And you say it'll take me to all corners of the realm? It sounds like exactly the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same striper you met in Alamigo. I prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. La 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 la. Sure, let's take a tradesman. Company looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, Red, I can scarce spare the complaints on the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. You'd be surprised when the rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know those glorious new compared to yours. It's just so far it'd be goal to avoid getting involved with it. This is on the streets that your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. You think you're recruiting for just a just cause, and you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Someone know what it sufficed. I'm sorry. You wish to recruit me? Is there some kind of proposition, that lady? I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, miss. So, you didn't take me down. You turned me down because you're already spoken for, did you? And that's a curious thing indeed. Dum-dum. Oh, what a happy coincidence! Do you remember me perchance? I'm Merchant of the Church of Saint Adam Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must say that also thank you for preventing the fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. Most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion, Thancred? Wasn't it? Ah. You see your companion to seek then. Your purported organization sounds like a powerful force for good. My place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Look at your shoes. Ba-da-da-da-da. Nope, wrong one. And around we go. How fare you, Helena? What gems did you find in the streets of Old Dar up to your recruit unrelenting gaze? A single all-Amigan youth. Well, we've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. At these troubled years, following the calamity, talk of yours of salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. Ah, but there are those who risen a challenge nonetheless. I know that inspires these few people born with no small part from their victories you pay yourselves have won. Thank you, Relena. I will not scorn this precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become our foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over. The document signed and finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the syndicate's involvement, as was I. This was the origin of every coin and contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coverage could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as the rumors are no doubt surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no time more of it. Let's return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone of a united Eorzea. Alfie! We forgot an entire nation! What about Edelshire?
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Tachi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Dum-ba-da-da-da-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. It is another journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of our efforts is at hand. I must see the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for following me to monopolize our services, Relina. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Greetings, Relina. Alphino tells me that you... tells me in all places that begin his trial, the company, the Silence shall begin to be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is to take place here in the Rising Stone. Ritaro's cooperating with Alphino to see that in all readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived, the Revenant's told. And I wonder if Snafferbon might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there's all he requires? Blah. Oh yeah, we're reaching my limit. There's only 3 quests left. Come on, Sam. Hold together. Hold together for a little longer. What can I do you for, Relina? I thought you'd had your hands full up with your arm of the Silence. I barely know as new recruits arrive. There's barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through every day. I appreciate your offer of aid. It is more your burden that concerns me. Until this trial company will answer directly to antecedent, so just that means less work for you in the long run. Snafferbon, the shipment we couldn't... Godswoman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Ravenstow. Provisions marked for the frontier effort. Just as we thought to cross over into Bordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe we couldn't. They may have been heretics. There were too many. Too many. We only escaped with our lives by banning supplies. Please forgive us. There's not much to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take a rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics were involved, then this is more likely to be a case of civil thievery. This guard would need to be informed. Where did these supplies originate? House for Tim. We collected provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are praised of this development. Elena, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Hortem? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I can't stick to my earlier hopes of lighting your load, but I need someone who can bring this instance to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half of measures. Thank you for your service, understanding. I'm certain Lord Harshalfon will be glad of your assistance. We gotta hang out with Coco, guys! Yay, Coco! Nope, we're not out there yet. Presumptuous. Coco! Well, visit my fine friend Relina Westknight. What can Do you care for a plate of roast crackle? Some mulled wine? No? Ah, I see you're coming to my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant Stoll, and I expect the time of arrival is no coincidence.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Tomb. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Oh, it's good to see Coco. Hell be the chat land. Merlina, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to Stone Vigil proceed at pace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, then the Dravians might be bear themselves against our shield in the west. I will venture, however, that the matters of mystery or not will brought you to Whiteburn. On the trail of brand of thieving heretics, you see. By the fury, what? But do you seem destined to cross paths with those villains? I must confess that it is a sad truth. The wilds where hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning, and are canny enough to evade our able trackers. It was not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves have somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this ice heart wields, but the men we face seem almost utterly lost in the grips of righteous fervor. It is an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you would care to question one of these recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his facilities, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Where are you hiding? Oh, it's you! Still think I'm a heretic. Be on the airport for it. That's a fair way of getting tombstones! And it is good that you are well, Darth. Tell you what happened? Well, yes, of course. I'm quite recovered for that. I need to help catch those cowardly black hearts. I'm traveling on my usual route to White Brim Front when the sun set me reeling. Next thing I know, I was on the ground and saw heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals. They were taking everything. It was then that one of them noticed my blurry gaze and stalked over to batter away my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where we were. They hold my goods. You'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me it was a miracle I survived. I will not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Oh, do I have to do Snowcloak tonight? I thought it was later. In that case, I don't think I can keep going. I think I might be hitting my limit soon. Yep. That do be a dungeon that we are about to unlock. Gah, draw your weapon! Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You're come seeking heretics? And we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of the raiding parties and we pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, yet they are gone, vanished like ice rays. We glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could be Ice herself come to sniff near our folly. Where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage to the frozen wall. Some tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best if we return to Whiteburn. They are suspicious before Lord Drillamon. Marina, I owe you my thanks once again. It's a very nice spare no detail in the report. You may have found us in your Snowcloak were some of the finest, that they should be bested so handily. I fear we have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. Well, I understand you might be balking the notion. I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stone provisions lost to us for now. To be ill-advised to blunder unprepared to what may very well be a lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horshathon of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart or fanatics, the freezing ice of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Hoppity. Skippity.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Giving the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Alright, I think when I turn this one in, we'll be calling it, because I am starting to drift off. I'm sorry. Alright. Relena, it's good to see you return to the tomb. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Corpus? Houseford's home is set to send us like a shipment. We send thanks to Horshafon for his continued generosity. Even as our towns grow in prosperity, I fear we'll attract ever greater numbers of those who do us harm in the name of greed or power. All this Alphino's new recruits have included must remain vigilant against such threats. So, next time, we finally finish part 5, and I will think of something else to do. Or we just launch into part 6. We'll figure it out together. Eh? Eh. Thanks everyone for stopping by. I will not be DMing this week. I think it's Abby who's DMing this week. Or it might be Kay. We'll figure it out. I'll find out on Wednesday. That's gonna do it for stream. So let's go raid Masay. Masay will be playing some Mario Kart, as there's new tracks available. You all have a great week. And I will see you when... Next time. Yeah, next time. Good night, everybody. Cheery bye. Oh, cheery, cheery. Cheery bye.